Um, okay, we are very much behind schedule. For one, I expected to already have been at Heaven's Word by today. That was as of like what, a week ago. Um, Obviously things have changed. Yesterday I didn't stream. Not this game at least. I streamed Stranger of Paradise, and then and so I was thinking like, okay, all right, finish ARR today then. And I was gonna be like, oh, we're gonna start it at noon. And I fucking woke up at like 10, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I better get ready. Oh shit, I had homework. So I spent the last 5 hours doing homework. Needless to say, my day was fun. Um, but it doesn't fucking matter anymore because hold up, let me turn the music back on. Yes. Um. Oh hey. Hey, Yostas. Oh fuck, you can't hear me because for some for some reason I restarted my computer lately, and for some reason my my microphone doesn't pick up on. Wait a minute. Hey yo. Hey yo. Discord, what's up? Why do you not recognize my microphone anymore? Hold on. Hold on. I need to DM Stas, here real quick. It isn't working on Discord. Is it working on stream? Is my mic working on stream? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. The mic is accepting inputs here. I already just said it. I had to reset it on Discord, but for some reason Discord doesn't recognize my microphone. Oh wait, no, that I just had to scroll down. Heyo. Hey, no, Stuffs. I just had to scroll down on my fucking Discord microphone list. That was the problem. Lol. Oh, right, you can hear me on both the Discord and the stream. Neat. Hold up. Let me also change my default output to my headset. There we go. Speak!
Speak.
There we go. Alright. So I got the Twitch stream running. You want to watch the game through the Twitch screen or the Discord?
Probably Discord so I can actually hear you, not twice.
Yeah. Okay. So because I'm gonna have the Twitch stream for like any straggling viewers and or just to archive it so that Patrick can watch later because that fucker's still behind. But we're behind schedule, so I'm gonna go ahead anyways, and I'm gonna leave him behind. So he's gonna have to make his own time in order to catch up.
So, never.
Yeah, he's never gonna catch up. But fucking, we're behind schedule, so we need to fucking get this moving. Because we should have been at Heaven's Word by this point. And we are not. And there are, like, 50 quests that we have to do today. So...
I'm good.
Let's hope it doesn't take 7 hours like before, because clearly you guys cannot cannot keep up with 7 hours.
Well, Patrick, I somehow caught up once I got finished being sick and dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna start up the Discord stream here. You can go ahead and watch in. Yeah, probably shouldn't have asked one of the busiest men to watch a 7-hour VOD on his own time. But,
Unquote busy.
quote unquote busy, we say. We say he's busy, but, like, he starts work at 2 p.m. So...
Like we don't know his schedule, so we don't know if he's
No,
actually busy.
it's 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. every weekday.
I see.
That's precisely what it is, and the reason why I know that is because it's the exact same as El Jeffries. So...
Nice.
So man, like, basically has no excuse, but we're gonna give him the excuse that he was working the whole time. So... yeah, let's, get this started. New Game Plus. Part 6. The End of a Realm Reborn. Okay. Let's get going. Back to, this place, the Rising Stones. It'll be really awkward, by the way, if, like, fucking Rashik or someone comes into the call all of a sudden. When I'm, like, in the middle of monologuing.
Hasn't happened yet.
Not that you were aware of, but it happened all the time when, Patrick and I played, so...
I see.
Yeah, that's why we shifted our calls towards DMs after a while. Of course, that probably fostered a really bad mentality on their part, but yeah. So, when we last left off, Alphino founded the Crystal Braves. A bunch of people, some of the sketchiest people known to man, a former convict, is in here. Some other sketchy figures are in here as well. But don't worry, they're reformed, so nothing bad's
And no
gonna
one will
happen.
guilt in real life. It's okay.
Yeah. Where's the quest? Oh, right. I have to talk to Minfilia. We never go into the solar after a while. For spoiler reasons, but yeah. I wonder how quickly these 40 quests... Because, like, we have, like, 40 quests to go through. And I wonder how long it's gonna take. Because, I mean, there's a lot. Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late. Relatively quiet. Fucking... I cannot read. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, we may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Asians, Urian J is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak, then, of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I feel that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a default... Oh, God. I need to, like, prepare my brain for reading out loud. You know how he can be independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him, and support him in whatever matter you are able. Come on.
Yes.
Another reason, by the way, I delayed the stream isn't just to wait for you fuckers to wake up. It was actually because my internet was being really fucky lucky for the whole morning. I don't know why, but now it's better. So, and you know, this being an MMO, internet being fucky lucky can be very bad. And me streaming as well probably could make it very bad as well, so.
Oh shit.
Alright. Alphano, what do you need help with? Speak with Ilberd.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. Oh, fuck. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
We got ourselves some trouble and terrorists down here.
Among Us.
I
The
was
spy
hoping you
among
would-
us.
I was hoping you would. Kind of fucking. That's kind of a stretch, but at the same time, is it really? God, I
There's a
hate
spy
it.
among us. Look for spy.
You. There's a traitor in your midst.
Well, well.
What brings you here, my friend?
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
He's basically saying that Roban here's a badass.
Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
But you, Wilbur,
That peasant.
you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you were an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Alright.
Oh god. So many people.
Yeah, there are a shit ton of people here because this is a grand company hall, so a lot of people go here to conduct their businesses. Also, like, pretty much every single person who's ever touched World of Warcraft is here too, so...
See.
Yeah, because of the whole Blizzard shit that happened. So, so they all migrated to Final Fantasy. And that is why our servers are full.
That's...
Oh, by the way, this is my chocobo. You get a chocobo throughout the game as a side quest, and you get to tame one and have one for your own to fight with you. You get to name him whatever you want, and you get to ride him.
Ah, nice. Wink.
And they fly, of course.
They fly.
Yeah, and you can dress your chocobo up however you want. Like I got this really cute outfit. This guy has a black mage outfit on his chocobo. We are returned from Muldal, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the IV's minion and its Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. God damn it! According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch the rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, Zion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing. But of course you are. Now, Elaine and the Fourth lies in wait of the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Excuse me. Seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation. Wow, there's like 3 chocobos in here now.
Once you mentioned it, they are everywhere, but before I didn't see one.
You didn't see a single chocobo, even though it's a staple in Final Fantasy, yeah.
I didn't see one. Now you mentioned it, now they're everywhere. Oh god, I'm getting screen tearing. I'm gonna look at your stream on that. On the Twitch and see if you're getting screen tearing there as well.
My screen isn't getting screen tearing.
Yeah, I think it's the internet thing. Oh no, your Twitch is fine. It's definitely a Discord thing. You should be good.
Okay, it's...
I'll just have both running. One for audio, one for...
I mean, I noticed some Discord stream issues every now and then with this game. So...
Yeah.
You would aid us in the rescue mission? Yes, I would. Send me in there. I'm gonna kill every last one of them and I'll bust your brother out here, okay? I don't need much help. there she is. Where am I? Resh! Thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Gallians would be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Okay. I'm just... There we go. You know, you'd think they'd like be on like ultra high alert because I stick out like a sore thumb. But because of my level, they don't notice me. Either that or they're too scared to fight me. So like I can waltz up next to this guy and be perfectly fine because I'm like I'm like twice his level. So oh, there's more. Alright, they escaped. Neat. Rescue mission complete. Patrick already mentioned it, but isn't this game pretty? This area especially
It's nice
is...
when the stream's not tearing.
it must be. I wonder if, like, what's wrong with Discord? Hold up, let me,
You should switch the server location.
maybe.
Yeah, I'll just do that, see if it fixes it.
It's like, last time when I Discord streamed to Patrick, he wasn't getting any screen tearing at all, or at least he didn't say it.
Either that, he just wasn't watching.
I mean, he probably wasn't watching, but regardless. How's the screen now?
There's no more screen tearing.
No more? Okay, alright. Just have the Twitch stream on a different tab, just in case.
I was doing that, but then I'm like, oh wait a moment, this stream's behind like a couple seconds. It's gonna be hard to read.
Yeah. It does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Somnus. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Rest shows you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander. I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Somnus, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require you to accompany me to Kerfus. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. Alright.
Off we go on another fetch quest.
Off we go to meet, like, the third most simped over Final Fantasy character to date. You already met the second most simped over Final Fantasy character to date. So... Antecedent. I take it Somnus has explained the situation? He has. Yet, welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean Alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartonel, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But since it's the nature of diplomacy, they will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Somnus. Our old friend Lord Harshaphant is waiting for us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Alright, time to meet Lord Harshafokt again. I'm gonna be nice and go around the table. Ah, Somnus. A very welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for our arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gestures must be appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alphino. An honor, as always. Likewise, Lord Shatafan. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any doubts incurred have long since been repaid. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House for Toms may even see the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Emmerich arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desires to rest all while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knights stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. I don't know the character I'm thinking of appears here now or later.
Guess we'll see.
I guess we're about to see, yeah. Because dialogue is different depending on either what job you are or what your quest progress is. I think it's what your quest progress is, but I'm not too sure.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service.
Lord Emmerich, by the way, the third most simped over Final Fantasy character of all time. I am not kidding when I say that. Almost everybody in FF14 has been simped over more than everybody in every other Final Fantasy. So,
Very disappointing.
what do you mean disappointing?
How does those get his butt
What
plugged every single time? What?
Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
I mean, he may or may not look it, but you will
Speaking
definitely
of
see it in
reputations,
Heaven's Word.
Yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Looks like there's more than just politics happening here now. Yeah, evidently enough, a lot of these patch quests are just gonna be about politics. Because,
'cause, you know, you gotta make everyone keep talking, and that's cheaper than doing anything else.
well, it's mainly just so that they can set up for some really big dramatic twists. I'll just say that much.
Is there a spy among us?
I mean, we already know about that.
Is there more spies among us?
There's only like 2 parties here. Whatever. Let's see. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through the Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I assume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. Seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Harshavant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths on this. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Okay. But yeah, a lot of the politics are just setting up for a lot of really big conflicts that are gonna happen in the future. But of course, they're not happening right now. So, because we're in peace times, of course. Well, relatively peace times. So it's just gonna be a lot of diplomacy until someone until someone wants someone else dead. I can't read, nor can I speak.
It's like real life.
Okay. I swear to you, this area is not perpetually foggy. It's been sunny before. I don't know if we caught that on stream yet.
I don't think he even showed me this area previously either.
No, I did.
That's just way too foggy and I don't recognize it.
It's too foggy and you don't recognize it, that's it. Because we've been in this area in previous streams. Fucking, this is where we did our Dragoon quests!
Oh! Okay, yeah, it's definitely too foggy, dude.
Yeah, it is very foggy. Where is the, This person is wearing sandals in the snow.
Nah. Must be a local.
And now time to recreate the opening of Final Fantasy VI. Wait, no. Hold up. Now time to recreate the opening of Final Fantasy VI. You hear that music?
Yep.
Yeah.
Creepy music that doesn't work for a starter town.
Yeah, it plays Terra's theme, Final Fantasy VI, when you go into the Magitech armor. In fact, all the mounts have unique music. So I think I showed Cruise Chaser's music before, but I never showed the Magitech armor's music. And yeah, it is straight up just Terra's theme. Other mounts with music include I believe this one plays the theme from Final Fantasy IV. The theme where you, because it's the space whale from Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
And it's the theme that plays when you launch off into space. And then the Regalia from Final Fantasy 15 also has a theme.
The Pitmobile.
I have no idea why it's not playing Vox di Fantastica, and instead is playing fucking the music that plays when you're at a pit stop, but it's strangely perfect. I believe the SDS Fenrir plays Crazy Motorcycle Chase from Final Fantasy VII, I believe. Yes, it does.
Nice.
So this is the theme that plays during the, because this bike is from Final Fantasy VII, Advent
Yeah.
Children, but yeah. And, it plays the, theme from the bike minigame from 7. Let's see. I don't think these other ones have unique music. I have many more, by the way. For instance, these are primal mounts. These are mounts that drop from fighting the primals, and they play their respective music. So this one is from Ifrit. This one is from Garuda. Then you have Titan, Leviathan, Shiva, Ramu. And then there's also tank mounts as well. This isn't unique music. This is just a generic mount music. But if you do enough high-level duties as a tank, then you get one of these mounts. This one is for Gunbreaker, and this one right here is for Dark Knight.
I think you showed me that mount actually before.
Yeah. Anyways. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? It seems that the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is the Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphino? Shiva was a traitor to kin and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons.
Ah, a furry then.
Yeah, I'm glad that you immediately recognized what that meant. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it comes to patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Harshavant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Did you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once, Lord Harshavant. You would agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphino. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is given. We will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Hall. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of the summoning. Naturally, that includes you. Though I am sure you would not miss for this. I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. Alright, we're killing another god. Our sixth one? It's Shiva.
And we should stop trying to summon them. It's not gonna walk.
Yeah. Funnily enough, there is a summoner job in 14. Here we go. And so we get to summon Ifrit, summon Garuda, and summon Titan.
Nice.
Here's the catch. Oh god damn it, it's a carbuncle.
Cool.
Yeah, I have it glammed as a carbuncle right now, but normally, because summoning fucks up the world, you don't actually summon them, you summon what's called an Eggy, which is a tiny little chicken nugget version of the primal. That you can, and you can change their appearance to be carbuncles. So I've changed Ifrit's appearance here to be of a ruby carbuncle. Switch out for Garuda here. Garuda is a blue carbuncle. And Titan is a yellow carbuncle. Yeah. But yeah, we can't actually summon the real ass things. Except unless we wait like a month in Endwalker, where they completely said nuts to that. And now we just straight up summon the guys. They only appear from one move, but we straight up summon them now.
Legit.
Yeah, the legit versions. I don't know. I don't remember what the Eggy commands are. Hold up. Slash Eggy Glamour. Titan Eggy. Hold up. Eggy Glamour. Oh, wait, no, yeah. Oh. Let's see. Eggy Glamour. What's the syntax for this again? Eggy Glamour. There we go. So this is what the Titan Eggy looks like.
That's a chicken nugget.
It is a chicken nugget. Yeah, later on in Endwalker, when we summon these guys, it's gonna, instead of summoning this chicken nugget, we're gonna summon the actual full-ass Titan. AKA,
Chicken nugget big.
AKA, this guy. Right here. So the real ass primal. Except not really, but like you get what I mean, right? Like he's not gonna be a chicken nugget anymore. Similarly, if I do Titan Eggy, Ifrit Eggy. What? Seriously? Hold up. This is... Thank you, Glimmer. Hold up. I'm going to look up what the command syntax is. Yeah, to, like, change the appearance of your eggies, you have to do some really complicated commands that I don't actually know the full syntax of, so...
Nice corner.
Ah. Oh, fuck. Alright, so he's back to being a carbuncle. So now... My next Ifrit Eggy is gonna be Ifrit, and this is what Ifrit Eggy looks like.
That's just a chicken nugget that's overcooked.
It's a burning, fiery chicken nugget. Yeah, and Endwalker will be able to summon this full-ass Ifrit. Not this
My
full.
chicken nugget.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, it won't be like they'll be shaped like that. They'll be like the actual size of the primal.
Yeah, the
So-
boss fights.
Yeah, it'll straight up just be you'll summon the boss, like you do in other Final Fantasies. Surprisingly enough, like, people have been complaining about that. Yeah, which is precisely why they did that way. I think I have to put the quotes around like that. Yes. But yeah, and then you get the general gist of what it's like for the other one. So. Case in point, they look lame right now, but they won't look lame later. Let's be honest. I'll be honest with you.
Chicken nugget now. Not chicken nugget later.
Be careful who you call a chicken nugget in middle school.
Basically.
Yeah, I wish I could show you what they look like now in Endwalker, but I mean, like, nah. So I would have to set up a lot of things, like change the stream and whatnot.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, cause the thing that really has frustrated summoners with the whole Eggy shit, though, by the way, is this button right here. Read what it says.
Summon Demi. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch to Twitch. So I can freaking make this a bigger screen. Summon Demi button to fight by your side. Each time you cast a spell on enemy, Demi will execute one during the same target, duration 20 seconds. Cannot summon unless the pet is already summoned. Current pet will leave it. Okay, so basically a lot of pointless button clicking.
Okay, well, no.
If you lose your pet,
Okay,
then you
so
gotta summon the pet again.
no, what it is, because you're misreading it. Basically what it is, so this is how it works. You get this thing called Dreadworm Trance, which is this gauge right here. This thing that looks like Bahamut right here. Dreadworm Trance is given to you, I believe, after you after you use this ability right here, Dreadworm Trance. And then once you're out of Dreadworm Trance, you're able to summon Bahamut, and it's called Summon Bahamut. I didn't want you to read the tooltip. I just wanted you to read the name of it.
Oh.
Yeah, because the tooltip, I can explain what the tooltip says much better, much easier. Basically, Summon Bahamut does what it says. It summons Bahamut. It gets rid of your Eggy and replaces it with Bahamut, and Bahamut fucks up the battlefield. By using Akmorn or Mega Flare. So that's what pissed summoners off, was that about the whole like not being able to summon the full ass primal thing, because you literally summon Bahamut, and he literally does what you would think he would do if you summoned him, right? Which is do his Mega Flare move, right? So like Fumi wants to Fumi wants shame on me. Fumi wants shame on you, right? Fumi twice shame on me. This button, Summon Bahamut, after you've summoned Bahamut and he leaves, it turns into Summon Phoenix. And it does what you think it does. It summons Phoenix.
Yeah.
And so you get another summon, not a primal, it's Phoenix this time, from other Final Fantasy games, and it does exactly what you expect Phoenix to do as well. It's kind of bullshit that you get to straight up summon Bahamut and straight up summon Phoenix, but some reason are not allowed to straight up summon Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan. So that's the main reason why they are changing it for Endwalker. And I'm so glad. I'm so hyped for it, because it changes summoners to actually be summoners, like they are in other Final Fantasy games.
Actually do your job.
Yeah, as opposed to like doing this fake summoning thing that they do. Anyways, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Dromont. A band of pilgrims has been transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Wetbrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. 'Twould be in our best interests to coordinate our efforts. Since such was my intention from the start, Sir Emmerich. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretics' lair. Mayhap Lord Dromont has one in mind. Yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you have us to do, pray speak and it shall be done. Okay. Oh fuck, this thing is too big for this building.
And destroy the building.
The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Like this thing again. I love this mount, it's just huge. Cause this is the size, like you fight this thing and it's the size of the actual boss you fight. Or actually no. Actually? It's about 70% of the size.
Almost there.
But it's still huge. The suspected heretic follows the road east. Hey. Oh, by the way, this Magitech armor, in lore, is like a prototype Magitech armor. That's like cheapo Magitech armor. But you may recognize it resembles the sprite of the Magitech armor in Final Fantasy VI. The other Magitech armor resembles the artwork that Amano drew for the Magitech armor, but this represents this resembles the sprite from 6.
There.
Ah, I thought he was dead for a second. He was right on top of my destination. Oh, we're having a Dragoon party? Here, let me join. Okay, let me leave now. I wonder why they chose that specific tree to make the to have their meeting, but I won't interfere.
Very important, obviously.
Hey, hey! Where in the 7 hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here! I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall? Why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to... Bloody echo. Lower your voice so they'll hear us in White Brim front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are... This is what you bring to me? You already knew about... Our comrades in Boulder Towns would use the... Heyo, buddy. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. Alright. Detain him, and we'll move on. Jump onto tables, because of course you do. What else would you do? If you're wondering what this is a Halloween mount. Witch's Broom mount. And, the music playing right now, I do not recognize at all, but I think it's the theme of their Halloween event. So, I haven't participated in a Halloween event in years, so I would not know. Rendezvous. Okay. Rendezvous with the knights here. Just be glad we don't have to bury them ourselves like we did with the earlier in the game. This mount, by the way, is a robot that appears in one of the later instances. It's very, very, very end game. It's called the Bosnian Snowbird Front. This is one of the enemies that you fight there, and you get to ride one. But it's very, very late game, and I don't think I have the time to explain all of it right now. So yeah.
Probably get there eventually.
Well, it's optional content, that's the thing, so we probably will never touch it. But, it ties into, Oh, fuck, he's actually talking. Hold up. It ties into, the Evil East raids, which is 14's collaboration with the Evil East, project. Evil East project, by the way, is a set of games made by Square Enix that are all... So you know how each Final Fantasy is under, like, a completely different universe, right? Well, with the Evil East project, anything labeled under the Evil East project takes place in the same world. And Final Fantasy XIV had a crossover with them. Final Fantasy XIV is not part of the Evil East project, but it incorporates the Evil East project in 14's world because of this crossover event. All you need to know is, it's just a shit ton of things from Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII is injected straight into 14. And that robot is a part of it. So, and that's, the Bosnian Southern Front. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. For there must be others, and I wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before you aroused our suspicions. Would that we have caught him sooner! With this information, the heretics would know then when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durndare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. So now I think we actually did a Snowcloak dungeon now. Now that we're about to do it pretty soon. Oh yeah, spoiler, Snowcloak is a dungeon.
Nice. The ground we go.
I'm gonna turn off the mount music now. I think we've shown off most of the ones that have pretty cool music. We're gonna be seeing a lot the same anyway. Fucking, it's right there. Oh, wait. He's just right there. Okay. It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it! This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins, when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Come here, girl! That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ada. Yeah, they thought he was a girl.
Nice.
To be fair, it's not that it's not that easy to tell, is it? And he has an identical twin sister that looks exactly like him, so
Legit.
so to be fair, it's hard to tell. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Lavaer! There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances of some half-dozen tunnels. After spotting the enemy breaking the surface... But that's not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others, we are going in. A moment, Alphino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Oh. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A chain of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalima will soak. Fucking, this is like one of the few times they make reference to your party members. Because I've been going through all these dungeons solo, but you're supposed to be going through most of these dungeons with a party.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
But, like, they rarely acknowledge the fact that you have other party members with you. There was, Praetorium and, Castrum Meridianum that they mentioned that you had, other people with you. I didn't realize they make mention in other dungeons either. But, for the most part, they assume you're flying solo. Which is why I say that. It's weird. Either way, we're still going to fly solo. Because it's still gonna be faster if I just go in by myself anyway. By the time we reach, like, Stormblood is gonna be when it won't be faster to go by solo.
Makes sense.
Oh, fuck! I forgot to turn on cutscenes. Let's exit the dungeon and turn cutscenes back on.
Good.
Because there were a couple of cutscenes that was skipped that actually had story shit in them, and I did not realize that for a while. So here we go. Okay, it's just an establishing shot. Most beginning of dungeon cutscenes are establishing shots, but I just wanted to make sure that it was whether or not it was more than. There might also be a cutscene at the end of the dungeon as well. So. Okay. I am clearly dressed for the weather here, but I mean, there's an ice level in Final Fantasy 15 as well, and Noctis wore the exact same shit, so. Certainly better than when I first played through this, and my party were all catgirl suits, dressed bikini clad in here.
Makes sense.
So basically your average Skyrim modder, but But yeah. So believe it or not, I am more dressed for the occasion than most other people who run these dungeons. The door will be sealed off in 15 seconds. Not even 15 seconds later, he's dead. This is what Yetis look like in this universe. He looks so dopey.
Big mustache.
He's about to look really dead. He looks dead now.
He's living his life and then he just gets hit by some random dude once and dies.
We've reached the point in the game where it's gonna take a few more than one hit, by the way, to kill most of these things. Although, evidently enough, not much more.
Basically just took as long as you took to usually take out a boss.
Yeah. Cleverly named Snowclops. Okay. Time to kill. Yo. That did not take long. This thing's like 4 times my size, by the way.
What a man. Chest.
Not gonna open it because I already have all the loot from here.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
You're the girl that fucks dragons, yes?
Furry.
I was given
Looks like
the
a
name
fairy.
Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good.
The greater
For
good.
Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Yeah, typical villain monologue, yes. Oh, there she goes. That took longer than expected.
Yeah. All right. What do you expect? What do you expect him to teleport around?
That took longer than expected. He says to the guy who completed the dungeon in 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes?
Ellie expects more from you.
I guess.
Teleportation, man.
I mean, I did establish more. So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. Oh yeah, right, 4 times the size, yeah. That would sound a lot more threatening than it ended up being, yeah? Fucking you're dressed for the weather. Antecedent.
Actually in a cult.
Yeah, she actually is. Like, holy shit. Antecedent. You come to us straight from the archives of House Vartan. I trust your time here there proved fruitful. What did it had? Urion J and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I have very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Vartan. Much knowledge has been lost over centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to endless war serves the greater good.
Greater good.
I see Sir Emmerich might take issue with our methods. I do not care if few stragglers manage to escape. Unless the sappers confirm that the tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Helone that your ancestors come to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who have lived a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of our men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not assume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era. The scriptures tells us only so much. Would that it would tell us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Altar's plan can be succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. God damn it. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogulmog XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mongols Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aephorite Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aephorite, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aephorite, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exits. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlian may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I do not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aephorite problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Kurfis is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the progress. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it's admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. Yuhase can apprise you of the details. Yeah. Alright. After we beat up Shiva, I'm probably gonna want some food after this, because I haven't actually eaten at all today.
Nice.
Uh,
I'll probably like 6 o'clock, and I'll have to eat by then too. So matches everything up.
yeah, so we'll take a break after I kill Shiva. Ah, yes, it's sunny now.
Right. Okay, I definitely know what this is then. Okay.
Yeah, the fog covers up a shit ton, doesn't it?
Wait.
These are tiny footprints. Not a tiny person, clearly. Or maybe it is a tiny person, I just didn't see the actual tiny person. Ah, there you go, tiny person. Fuck, I never noticed those background elements. Those hot air balloons up there are Ixali hot air balloons. From the Ixal, the guys who summoned Garuda.
Yeah.
Bird people. So, didn't notice they were out in the background like that. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Hey, fellas. Well, stay with him, then, if you think you'll feel any better. No, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your land's ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all! Well, they caved quickly. Fancy meeting you here, Samus. I presume your work with the Third brought you here? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we come not for heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy, It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphinaud is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid our search for the spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead of me and work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Sonus, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver us his report. Okay. Report. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ashgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. The last trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortam. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he'd soon confess to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider that, and then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Roban's innermost circle?
Yes!
Oh my god. I can't even ask you to stop doing that because it's a reflex. So
The bright side, I didn't notice any of them was until now. Okay. Hopefully this trend continues.
I hope it stops, for God's sake. Again, I can't even ask you to stop it because it's a reflex. So even if I did ask and you said yeah, you'll do it anyways.
Alright, let's go.
'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked, and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Hodaz was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the information of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people. Loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Uldah's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier then than now, The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the Monitors ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail von Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Dolmen allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If any notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics as abaters. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Galamot, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany Somnus, as the realm's stoutest champion. 'Tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Fucking more diplomacy!
Oh.
It doesn't stop, by the way. But at the same time, like, it gets faster, so... I can't say that I prefer... Or, I can't say that I'm used to it by now. Because later on in the game, like, while you still go for diplomacy shit and politics shit, they go by it way faster. Within, like, a cutscene, essentially. Now that ain't saying much, because this game is infamous for hours-long cutscenes. Feature-length cutscenes and shit like that, but,
Bang grandpa, bang pop at that point.
Yeah. I'm gonna try not to have as many moments of silence like this, by the way. Because my dad... I don't know if you can hear it, but my dad is, singing karaoke. Very loudly.
Oh, I can't hear anything.
Okay, thank God. But, like, it's very loud. And so I don't want the stream to be mainly karaoke noises. I'll be... Why are we here again?
Diplomacy time.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all.
That karaoke is so fucking loud.
I propose that we set aside the
Discord at the
cardinal
very
dispute
least is
for the
blocking
present
that out.
and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Fucking it's shaking the goddamn ground. I can feel it from here. I probably need to order some soundproofing if this is gonna be the case.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Again, that fucking karaoke. Fucking. I know that Discord can't pick it up because I have Discord set to only pick up my voice, but goddamn, if it bleeds into the goddamn VOD, then I am going to be really pissed.
Let me check. Yeah, I don't hear anything on the Twitch side.
Okay, it might just be subtle then, because my OBS is saying that like my mic is picking up the karaoke. So, but I guess the sounds of the game is probably drowning it out. So. Yeah, I'm thinking the sounds of the game is drowning out the karaoke. Because my mic is definitely picking it up. Listen well. Yeah, that's good. I might need to. I might turn the game up a little more to further ensure that it's drowned out. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Royale. Raban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the general himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The Monitors saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially. After the way, the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the Monitors did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the Monitors? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Raban attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless. And so on some pretense, she is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames' records for evidence of Royale's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks. Every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she portrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eye, Scion? You have my thanks. Let us go, then. Take care not to alert our quarry. Let me turn the game volume up so it drowns out the karaoke more. Keep in mind, this is also blasting the shit out of my eardrums, so... Okay, maybe I should turn it a little lower. Like 75. That should be good enough. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you were sure she did not aboard an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntui tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are a shinobi of Dorma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you with shadows. By the way, that tonic he was talking about, that's basically Viagra. If you didn't get it. Fake the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. Dude, in my experience, this disguise never works. Yeah, in my experience, disguises never work. So how the fuck did she escape out of here in a disguise?
You think a fairy would be easy to find?
Oh, you're confusing her for the other one. I know they're both tall elf ladies, but...
Okay.
I know they're both tall elf
we're
ladies,
but
but like...
now, yeah.
I know?
We're playing Among Us right now, yeah, okay. Honestly, completely forgot that there was a spy. The freaking detour that was.
Yeah. Okay, I need to get this going a lot quicker. Where the fuck is the... Oh, it's over here, and... So I have to take the ferry. This way, my friends. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne hut. If Royale is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. Yikes. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. We installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond to their masters. Royale would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move without Fanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw her through her disguise. 'Tis for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elves are not a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Gallians have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices to render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far seemed successful in rebuffing their efforts. That karaoke is seriously actually really distracting me.
Guys, still ain't nothing on this side.
Yeah. This is it. We need only make for Conference Hut and catch Royale in the act. Like, I kid you not, the karaoke is actually shaking the ground right now. How much longer is until we fight Shiva? Let's see total. There we go. Let's Astral Arrow. Okay, it's like 2 quests ahead of us, so we're fine. We're almost to our break point. I think it's a couple more quests at least. It will not be a smooth transition, I'll tell you that much.
Lovely.
Just beyond, Royale is in a conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it! With me! Flying Marshal Aline Royale, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool! Damnation! You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Tweleswood? When last I looked, that was no crime. Neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Alright, Ophelia. That's in Mordana. I really, even though it's right next to the Eve, right? That still doesn't change the fact that you go for 4 fucking loading screens in order to be done with these quests. I think we're back to the Shiva thing. I think. Since we just arrested our traitor, so.
Among Us is now over.
All right, we're meeting with a friend that that Minfu was talking about.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and to thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar, and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
You know, that cutscene could have just started from there.
You need to walk.
I wouldn't have needed to walk.
Aim the butt. But they haven't done everything to cut down on time yet.
Moon!
gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
You want to go up to her chest. I wouldn't say twins.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Okay, what else would they be twins in then?
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange!
Bear hug.
Where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Even better because they didn't animate him.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Oh man.
Go on.
Thanks.
Oh man. Care to elaborate?
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Alright. Time to kill.
Teleporting. We go. No one's here.
No one is here, indeed. There, it's ready. Ha! It worked! I think. Try tuning to for right now. Feel for the currents and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Samus. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Lady Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Alright, so this next fight is... I'm gonna try and go through it as slowly as possible, because it is one of the raddest fights in the entire... in all of Realm Reborn. It is seriously really cool.
Alright.
So, I'll try and go through it a little slower than most other fights, because of that.
You should never have come here, Warrior of Light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
So this is gonna be a little different than most of her finals, because obviously being Shiva, she's the special one. Instead of actually being summoned, she takes a vessel.
Nice legs.
It is Shiva, so...
Right. Very much a, I want them sandwiched between me.
Indeed. We might actually reach a really cool part then. Because it doesn't look like I'm killing our character too fast. Alright. Why is she not doing it yet? Come on. Oop. There we go. This is one of the coolest phase changes you'll ever see. She steps on you! And then the music.
Switching from boss music to casual party music.
Fuck! I killed her too fast. The music only started and I killed her already. No, but seriously, the music's really, really good.
Definitely.
Fucking curse me in my absurd strength.
You just sat there when she did a final move. It's just
Just to see it. I just wanted to see it.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander a mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Oh damn. Oh damn indeed. Did you hear that?
Is it the karaoke?
No, what she said.
Oh no, it was way too quiet then.
Oh fuck. She said hear, feel, think. That's
And
the same
so
thing
the
that
vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
it's the same thing that Heidelin has been talking to us with. Yeah.
Oh shadowy.
Anyways, this guy.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be
Oh wait, it's
pleased.
correctly.
How unfortunate.
Okay. We killed Shiva!
Hey. Kill dog. Furry.
We killed a dragon fucker, indeed. Except not really, because, like, we saw that she clearly went out alive, but still. Yeah, we saw that she clearly came out alive, but at the same time, like, she wasn't in Shiva form. So I guess we got rid of the primal. I'll leave that to your speculations. Driving a car upstairs. There's nothing wrong with this image.
Oh my god. We've either broken a call or broken the wall at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, just murdered like all of those people.
There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring your tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. It was different, it was weird, it was a lot of, very different. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Somnus to thank. Yes, you are right. Of course, Sir Emmerich. You are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat and the heretics have been routed. Aye. There is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drummond, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely into a revenant's toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretic stole from House Fortum Carapan. Lest the crystals which comprise the bulk of deception, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Oh, on an unrelated note, Samus, I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience. 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk your life and limb to stop Iceberg. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray, do not think less of him. Harshafant was worried about us. Oh, do you see now why people simp for him?
My God, he likes you.
Yeah. Like I don't know. At this point, if you don't see why Harshavan is like the second most simped over Final Fantasy character of all time, I don't know what what next.
I like he's simping for you though.
Huh?
Like he's more like he's simping for you instead.
For the most part, in there, because again, like he does a lot more in Heaven's Word for you than just this shit. So that is very significant, and that makes people like love him a lot. So. Also, it kind of helps that, like, pretty much every character in this game is hot. Like, literally every single one.
You do.
But, I mean, it's a Final Fantasy game, so I don't think anybody expected any less. What were you thinking, Samus? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory that which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete a ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat! By the fury, Samus! 'Tis the stuff of ballads! A battle for the ages! Would that I had been there to fight by your side! Yeah, again, if you don't see why people simp for him so much before, you definitely do now, I think. And it just escalates from here. So, yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. A veritable eternity? That was a minute and a half, brother. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Double damn.
Execution time.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learnt to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefon, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Okay, I think that's a good stopping point. Just to take our break, because we both need to eat. So,
Good.
yeah, I'll put up the BRB screen on the stream, and we shall both be on our ways to eat. So, yeah. Be back in like 30 minutes, maybe?
And 7 o'clock probably for me.
Okay, alright. So, top of the hour.
Alright.
Alright, I'm back. Try and get Stas back as well. Excuse me. I did just eat. Then I expect it to take an hour and a half, but... I wonder. What else has changed when you're moving? So, like, for example, if you go to like Yoma or something, would it not let you? Because technically you wouldn't have the Aetheryte. Or would it let you, but the state of Yoma is the same as it would have been at the beginning of Shadowbringers? I'm curious. I'm gonna check this out. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the same as if I, like, already finished Shadowbringers. Let's check it out. I'm actually really curious about this. Ah, yes. Okay, so this is the exact same as it would be if at the beginning of Shadowbringers, as if you've never touched it. That's a really cute ARR. The amount of times, by the way, that in my lifetime that I've said, that's a really cute ARR, is very unimaginable. But yeah. Yeah, it's still Everlasting Light, as if I'd never beaten Shadowbringers yet. It's weird that it lets me attune to the Aetheryte, or teleport to the Aetheryte. And that means that there's no Amaro launch. That leads to the, that leads to, yeah, there isn't. There's no Amaro launch that leads straight to the, Crystarium. Because Yulmar's still fucked. Damn. Well then, I'm really excited then, because it's been a while since I've seen these areas with the Everlasting Light effect. I assume the same applies to like Gane and whatnot, but it's probably most noticeable in Shadowbringers since you actively change the world, Ben. I'm also gonna turn down the master volume. The karaoke's over, so I don't need the game to be as loud. I'd rather be heard at this point. Also, did you ever notice the advertising pictures for the it's called the Beehive. I was debating on, was it called the Beehive or was it called oh hi.
Yes.
Streamer mode on. I didn't notice you. You should announce your presence more. I was debating on whether this was called the Beehive or was just called the Honeybee, because in FF7 there's a very similar location called the Honeybee. So anyways, let's continue the story. This is all spoiler shit. You should not be watching this.
Sounds good.
It's on the other side of this. Eyes unclouded. Ophelia at the Rising Stones. I mean, it's a simple walk into Mordor away, but teleport. Feel you mean. Let's go.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Fucking the way they pronounce the S in Midgard-Zoma as a Z infuriates me. Because they never pronounce Midgard-Zoma the same way. Ever again. Literally after A Realm Reborn, they always refer to him as Midgard-Zoma.
Nice.
Pronounce it as with an S, not a Z. Actually, I think it's just specifically her actor. I don't know of any other characters pronounce it Midgard-Zoma. Like, it sounds fucking gross just saying it.
Latinx.
Let's not go there. we
basically the
literally
thing.
went hours yesterday talking about that, and I don't want to go there on stream.
It's basically the same thing.
I really don't want to get into that. Not on stream, at least.
You won't.
Even if we could like go for hours talking about that. Okay, for the longest time, by the way, I thought that this Aetheryte location was called Camp Blue Frog. It's called Camp Blue Fog.
They need a bigger font.
It's the exact same.
Frog.
You read it as Camp Blue Frog too?
Yeah, they need a bigger font, dude. That's too small.
Dude, so you know you remember the Waking Sands, right? That we moved out of? Fucking, it wasn't until fucking Stormblood came out when I fucking read it as Waking Sands. I always saw it as Walking Sands. And I was like, I didn't think to question it because fucking like, whoa, you always have to walk there in order to go to the Waking Sands, right? So this might as well just be the Walking Sands. It doesn't fucking make a difference. There's actually a spoof on the Pray Return to the Waking Sands. There's a quest later in the game called Play Destroy the Walking Sands. And it's a spoof on the phrase that Minfilia says, Pray Return to the Waking Sands. This wretch was with Royale. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down. Not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. The goddamn heartbeat. Tuh. With me, Scion. We almost have her. Okay, so alright. So now that Shiva's dead, or not dead, but dealt with, now we're back to spies.
Among Us.
Ooh, there's a lot of them.
Well, I'm fighting a god, an actual god this time.
Why are you mad at me? Get mad at me. I'm the one you want, right? Oh, wow, there's a shit ton of them. Oh, you're doing the thing. You should not be doing the thing. I don't like it when you do the thing. There you go. Stop doing the thing. More. Hey, there's Yugi. Whoa! I can't do that as a ninja. How are you able to do that? Or is that an old ability? Or is that not even a ninja thing? I've never seen that. Okay, we need to go over here too.
A lot of people here. I thought it was an AI, but no, actually, I'll play.
Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir.
Kinky.
Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a small little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we lowbornish guardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive. Killing, stealing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine that fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand we had been dealt, and played to it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it under the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we are both mercenaries of low birth. And 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you dragged through the gutter.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Alright. That was probably the best bit of acting I did, like, this entire stream.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent.
That's how you
I know
pronounce
not
it. Holy
what to
shit.
say.
That's how you pronounce it. That's nothing like how it's spelled. Oh, fuck.
Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat.
I mean, that's a major French moment right there. It's not spelled the same way it's pronounced at all.
When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that will allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Asians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Asian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auracite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Asian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Meanwhile, completely related. Going from magic science to politics.
As you do.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
Again, I will never get used to how that's fucking pronounced. Huayu. It does not look anywhere near how it's pronounced. Yeah, by the way, her race is Elzen. All Ashgardian and Elzen names are based upon Franken names. Like Frank languages, like French and all the surrounding areas. So
Romance languages.
Yeah, basically. And as you know, like the closer you get to fucking Paris, like the less it actually sounds like what it's spelled. So it really is just a toss-up of, oh, how do I pronounce this time? It's a miracle. There are names as simple as Alphino, Louisois, or Harshafant, Amaric. But then you have this. just this. And it's just... There are more examples, but I can't pronounce them properly either, so...
Finally, just get actual
There is
French
more. We have
voice
reason to
actors.
believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald.
Well, two things. Most of the voice actors are like kind of... They were instructed to be pseudo-European in a way. Basically, fake British accents. BBC English. All the characters follow BBC English logic. So... And therein lies the problem, as you must know, I'm sure. But yeah, that's for one. And for two, like, there are some characters that, like, they have different names in Japanese, but they still say it the same, because the full localization didn't come out by the time these actors, at the very least, spoken. We've already seen a couple, so... Yeah, it's just...
But this higher authority could not have been the
The localization was jank from
By
the start.
consenting to the media project,
It's gotten
Solus
better, though.
Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned
They actually
about
have money to
preventing
hire
the spread
people
of
to
primal
actually
influence
translate.
Yeah.
than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Also, from Heavensward onwards, they made it a point to actually, like, have actors that actually lived in the areas in which their accents are supposed to come from. Like, if they wanted a character to have a southern English accent, they hired someone from South England as opposed to someone from like the Midwest. Okay. Yeah, that's part of the reason why they had a huge Heavensward cast change. And they've been constantly changing out cast members ever since to suit.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! Today I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees.
I don't know how to feel about that reflection being so laggy.
The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, Are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Well, that was a lengthy cutscene.
A democracy, basically. Democracy, cool, isn't that right? Ah ha ha.
Let's see. I am most eager to address the Asian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions should not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Somnus in particular is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Uldar? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Delegi and his monitors, ilk, have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Uldar, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeder's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Huryon J is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Somnus, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his Braves with theirs. It would do so much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riel's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and order him to investigate the Eldawn riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Okay, I just realized that like the entirety of these patch quests have just been a tale of two MSQs, the politics and the god slaying.
Among Us.
I didn't even. You gotta take control of that reflex, man. I didn't even fucking mention anything like that. Pleasure as always, Somnus. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report to his benefit. Alright then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons when found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purpose of sharp point being important. This guy's accent, by the way, is impossible. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointing things by a black musketeer holed up near High Bridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant was caught an arrow while talking to Somnus, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Somnus? Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbard at High Bridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah and expect good tidings. Sorry, Mother came into the room briefly. God, I'm so jealous she has the cloud hair! She has the cloud strife hair, which I'm very jealous of, by the way, because you can only get that hair by winning a contest of some sort, whether it's like an art contest or a screenshot contest or whatever. You have to win one of those contests, and they give you the cloud hair, and that's the only way you can get it. And like, fucking.
Basically impossible if you have no talent.
Basically, yeah. I tried to submit, the last art contest they did, is the first one that I tried to submit for, and, I posted the wrong fucking file. Which is why I wasn't even considered, which I guess doesn't sting as much as not being included at all, or losing, but, it still stung! Yeah, they also occasionally give them out for raffles as well. The cloud hair. And again, so far that is the only way to get it. So
you have talent, or you have extremely good luck.
Pretty much. But yeah, I think like so far only like not even a whole percentage of the player base has the hair. That's how stupidly lucky or you gotta be. Like not even 1% of the player base. And to be fair, a lot of the times when they do these things, they give you a choice of like cloud strife hair or minion or like a necklace. but like, why would you choose the lame, boring minion option when you can get Cloud Stripe's hair? Other than the fact that like, you probably wouldn't use it. Like, okay, I shouldn't really say that because like, there's a chance like, okay, you could get it, but would you use it? No, right? Because a lot of people either don't really care much for Final Fantasy VII or simply put, just want their character to be distinct from Cloud. So, which makes sense, but still, fucking the lucky ones.
Oh, it's probably in like what 1,000 people who have that, a couple thousand max.
Yeah, but like as time goes on and as the more often they do these, the more people have them, so you'll run into them a lot more often. But still, yeah, you have to be like pretty fucking lucky, essentially. Well, pretty fucking lucky probably doesn't really does it, right? Because you're competing with like thousands upon hundreds of thousands of other players trying to do the same thing, probably.
That's an odd contest. And then, you know, the reality is if you're decent at drawing, you're gonna be in the top 1,000.
They actually only choose the top 200 for art contests.
Well, if you get on it, you know, it's pretty good.
If you're good enough, yeah, exactly. I don't understand. What is all of this about? Greg, I really don't. Just... have you seen the Prosy skit of games that like only have some voice acting or whatever it's called, where like there's like this really deep dramatic monologue. Yeah, that's all voice acted, and then like and
this
then
game is
afterwards it's
basically
just...
that.
This game is exactly that. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this was the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring in an inexperienced recruit. Commander Leveilleur would be most disappointed. Damn it all! A golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They are in no position to aid us. At the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this says anything but. Yeah. I mean, I'll keep an optimistic view on the Cloud here. I'll get it eventually, in one of these years. I'm not quitting this game anytime soon, and I'm pretty confident in my art abilities to at least beat a top 1,000. So it'll happen eventually. And besides, like, again, the more and more of these that go on, the more likelihood I'll get it, because the less people I'll have to compete with it. So even if it does only go down by like 1,000 each time, it's still less people. So. gift of weapons from a certain black marketer. Courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say. Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riol stated with confidence that there will be far greater quantity of weapons. Blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dah, he mentions. Whoever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that this information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. Is there something? It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There will be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Elaine. Eliane. For the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. He just fucking phased in. Somnus, a word, if it please you. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for listening this time. Don't you worry. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These Dusklights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself. Not before the fighting started. And not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I've got a lot in my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then. Best get back to it. Hey, Ken.
Hey!
Yeah, I'm playing Final Fantasy right now. Playing through the story with Edwin Stoss watching, so...
Oh. Alright.
The presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come here and see me as soon as you are able. So what are you doing here? You just saw people on chat?
I saw people in chat.
Yeah.
And I joined. Cause college apps suck.
I'm sure they do, yeah.
I have to write out like 5 things, but it's fine. I'll get them done.
You just wanted voices to be talked while you were doing them?
I don't know. I wanted vocal input into my ears.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the only form that will be is through video game dialogue. So.
Alright.
Yeah, because Stas and I haven't really been talking much. It's just been me reading dialogue. So.
Every mention of those words.
Stop. Don't think it, don't say it.
I didn't say it.
Don't think it, don't say it. Don't think it, don't say it.
What's this? I'm
Final
missing
Fantasy.
something.
Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is also being streamed on Twitch as well, just as an archive. Which is why I'm calling Stas as opposed to so.
Got it. Understood.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers, not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Urianger has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Sorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
She is going through like 3 different accents at once, by the way.
To prepare for what?
Oh, the
pray
character?
tell?
Yeah.
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Literally that ProZD sketch yet again. Doesn't
Might as well just continue the cutscene at this rate.
Yeah. Whatever. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would assure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated...
Wait, hold on.
Yeah?
Stop. Stop.
I'm stopping.
No. Sorry, not talking about that. Why were my subtitles in French? I'm watching a YouTube video and my subtitles were in French. I have no idea why my subtitles were in French.
Well, such is the great mystery. Oh no? Whatever.
Who knows?
As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Belsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's beryllium engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether from realms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Amaric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It will be wise to speak with them before engaging the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what the dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Did you catch all of that, by the way? Because that's some pretty fucking important lore.
Worm. Ship. A worm died.
Yeah.
Now now it's desert.
Yeah, that is, by the way, that is the, all those events that she described there were the events that transpired in the opening cutscene to Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. So, not 2.0, 1.0. That's what the opening cutscene was about. So neat. Also, you can see it from here! There it is, right there! Yeah. There's the dragon with his giant fucking wings. And then the ship. And it actually, if you haven't really noticed too much, I don't think, but these are all the parts of the wreckage, so... Yeah. And as she said, yeah, everything is all crystallized now because of how fucked everything was, and nothing here looks like it has grass on it because it's all supposed to be underwater. Really fucking cool. And we get to go on to it. Actually, this actually has a really cool instance of force perspective. Hold on, let me talk to this NPC first. You're on luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of some spare parts and of our equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here, that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say.
Is that another mention of the
Yes,
freaking you're
that
in a
is.
party? Okay.
So, interesting forced perspective thing.
Small baby, small
Yeah.
boat.
So, you weren't able to fly in this area before, and I think I mentioned that before, but like, originally you weren't able to fly in this. So, this is supposed to be really fucking far away, and really, really, really big. But, now that you can fly here, you can just see how the illusion is like. This is exactly like Disney Castle. You can see, like, it's not really that big. By the way, those, to give some perspective, those, the dragon right there is supposed to be the size of, like, 6 of my cars across. So, like, so it's supposed to be huge. But, you know, forced perspective and whatnot.
Its tail is the size of the house.
Essentially, yeah. And you can kind of get that sense from here. If you just look at it just from here and imagine it to be really, really far away. That's your forced perspective moment right there. I didn't think they would incorporate forced perspective in a video game like this. I didn't feel like they needed to, but apparently they needed to back in the PS3 days. So, interesting forced perspective. We're about to see the dungeon itself and see just how huge that tail's supposed to actually be. That's the inside of the ship that he's coiled around, by the way. Yeah. As you can see, it's fucking huge. It is so much bigger in actuality. Like, look at it. I'm not even close to it yet.
Yeah, I can definitely tell.
Anyways,
like, you
also,
have the technology to change that map now to make it bigger, but it's a little too late for that now.
it is way too late for that, so that's why. They introduced flying really recently, that's the big thing. So, and they did not modify the maps at all when flying was introduced. So a lot of forced perspective things and a lot of interesting geometry can be found that, like, obviously was not intended to be seen, but now it is. Yeah. We're not even on the dragon yet, by the way. That's how big the dragon is. We're not even on it yet. We're going into the whole... Yeah, we're going into the hull of the ship. By the way, hull of the ship has a giant hole, pun intended. It's like... Yeah, it's huge. Also, by the way, my favorite dungeon of A Realm Reborn. Straight up. I mean, you can pretty easily tell why, too, right? It's really cool. And really pretty as well. And the music's so good. Just straight up my favorite dungeon of A Realm Reborn. Every time I go into here, I can't believe that it's a Realm Reborn dungeon. I always think it's a Heavensward dungeon. Those things that were dropped on the ground, by the way, they're bombs. They would explode after a while.
But, you know, it doesn't really matter, because...
Yeah. Because OP. Alright, here's the next zone. Now we're inside the ship that the dragon is coiled around. That Midgard zone is coiled around. And you can just see how vast this thing is. How destroyed it is as well. Time to travel back up. And, now we're nearing the top of it. A lot of the traveling has been condensed into zone areas. But we're near the top right now. And this is where the dragon starts.
Hey, on the tail now, I can see.
Of course, the dragon is a corpse, so... like, if you look down here, like this... Like, we were, like, around this level when we flew, yeah?
Yeah.
And if you look over there, there's the crystal tower that, that Mordona's situated around, which means that Mordona should approximately be, like, there. Oh, wait, no, that's the castrum. Like, there. All the way over there.
Yeah. Definitely can tell.
Alright, and then we got a boss fight, which looks like 2 dragons.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Surprise! Ain't dead!
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Yeah. So, this right here is Midgard Sommer. Yeah.
Boy.
In the spirit form, because the flesh we were just walking upon.
Yeah.
But now, we actually get to meet the guy and fight him. Yeah. So in order to actually do damage to him, we have to kill the Mirage Dragons he Trevor's to. And he's gonna do a big, massive AoE that's unavoidable unless we use this Magic Deck Field Generator. Unless he doesn't do it. Oh wait. Okay, there it is. In which... Because otherwise that would just fuck us up. And I mean fuck us up. Because I think it does a fixed amount of damage. But, you know, in the face of level 80 Somnus, he is a bitch. Still looks cool, though. Still a really cool fight.
Quest complete. That is all I remember. That is... I've heard that so many times over the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
That's been ingrained in my head.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
By the way, I really love this character, by the way. He's one of my favorites.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
See? He's Joe. I like him.
Like, oh, I'm mad. No, I'm not. It's okay.
No, he's like, I'm mad, but not specifically at you.
Nice.
Just at your kind. Oh, we're back here with the 6 Chaos Emeralds.
I'm gonna play some Sonic.
Gonna eat some forbidden gummies. Oh no, the forbidden gummies are gone. They're going away.
At hours.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
You literally just said, fuck your god.
Baby!
Little baby!
The covenant binds me
That's a Gen 4 moment. Same voice.
I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Alright, so, few explanations. Midgardsormr. He is not just a dragon. He is the first dragon. He is the father of all dragons.
Like with Boomer.
Yeah. That also implies that dragons in this universe are, like, super immortal. Like, super immortal. You can tell because even his corpse talked to us. So, yeah, dragons are super immortal. And Midgardsormr in particular, being the father of all dragons, is super, super immortal. So, he lives upon an endless cycle of reincarnating himself. This is not his first body, and he has just made a new one, of which is now a minion. If we go into our minion guide here, where is he? Where's the adorable little critter? I love him. Where is he? It might just be easier just... There he is. Summon. I should add him to my favorites as well, because I love him. But yeah. This is his new form. This is the beginning of a new body for him. He's small, isn't he? He's tiny. Hard to imagine that he would eventually grow into that thing, yeah? But I mean, that thing has lived for thousands upon hundreds of thousands of years. This was just born, like, just now, so... And look, he perches onto your shoulder! Look at it! He perches onto your shoulder! Trust me, this thing may be millions of years old, but it doesn't stop it from being this adorable.
Wally Collins.
Oh, that's a spoiler.
Okay, good thing I'm not looking at it directly right now. Okay, I was about to click back on until I... Okay, good. Okay, not looking until it's not a spoiler anymore.
Okay. gonna go back to Revenant's Toll here. He goes back now. Look at that!
Yeah.
Look at him! He perches onto your shoulder! Like, I love this dude. And if you read up on the lore on the minion guide as well, I don't know if they update the lore on the minion guide, depending on your quest progress, but if they do, I'll tell you if it spoils anything. But I'm pretty sure they know. Let's see. Midgardsormr, Father of Dragons, Keeper of the Lake, Bane of the 14th Legion. Well, it's difficult to believe the Yom Long Pup could be of any of these things. Oh, he just breathed fire on my shoulder. It's so cute. He assures you his current form is only temporary while he awaits the construction of a new corporeal vessel. So this is only temporary. He's gonna grow. He's gonna grow up. He's still waiting on new body to reincarnate into. Minions don't follow you into the solar, by the way. So unfortunately, he doesn't follow me. Unless it's a cutscene. Alright. Yeah, I'm awake. Or I'm alive. I fought a dragon and lived. An immortal dragon that's millions of years old. You conversed with Midgardsormr. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity. Years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you're not telling us, Somnus? You seem different, somehow. Tis almost as if you are missing something. Something important. 12 for Fend! Midgardsormr stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are utterly unharmed. Oh, by the way, the thing that Midgardsormr did to us, by the way. To put it plainly and simply, it's an excuse for us to level up past level 50. Hydaelyn's blessing was a limiter on us. It limited us to a set power level. If you to think of it this way, right? It limits you to a set power level, so that you could deal with the Garlean Fit and only the Garlean Fit whenever and however Hydaelyn wants you to do it. Midgardsormr just said nuts to that and said, "Hey yo, Hydaelyn's not gonna let you fight these guys at your full strength, and obviously your full strength is not that. So I'm just gonna make it so that she can't fuck with you anymore." And he just did just that. So yeah, again, essentially it's an excuse for us to level up past level 50 in further expansions. Cool, isn't it? I'm telling you, he's chill.
Better god than the other god you fought.
Yeah, true. It beggars belief that any being who could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard's Homer made mention of covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Alfik and Nimia, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard's Homer ever watch over the source, from which all water in magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let's keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? He's got a point!
God.
He's got a point! We haven't done jack shit for ourselves here. We've only done whatever people told us to do. And everything just kind of worked out.
My friend, I can scarce
I
believe
am now
it.
the leader.
You
Look at me.
confronted
I am the captain
wormlord
now.
and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Thanks for rating and following, Ridire, and we haven't reached Heavensward yet.
We've been here already.
We've been here for like, what, 5 hours and we're still not at Heavensward yet? I took a hour-long break in the middle of it.
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Yeah. The 100 patch quests. Well, 80 now, but I mean, that's barely a fucking difference. Whatever, we're at the good part right now, so.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Yeah, we're at the good part now, aka the part that leads directly into Heavensward. Or about there, I think. Oh, that's the wrong NPC. Shush, there's someone here who hasn't seen it yet. Doss. He's not talking much, but like I'm going through New Game Plus to show him the MSQ, and like this is all his first time experiencing it all.
now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
It's alright, Red. You didn't say anything.
Short
besides,
of
he's not in chat right
experimenting
now,
on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thancred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Okay, so we have this, and like 2 other things happen. Well, three other things happen after this, but like that third thing is also the second thing.
Thanks.
We're gonna be here for a while.
Okay, then I need to use the restroom really badly. I'll be back in 5 max.
5 max, gotcha. Your duties take you to Northern Fanland, did they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Philomeine travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my father's behest, I got home to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front where we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Asilla is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections. But I fear that Oldal has become a place of danger, even for one so familiar with your streets. Ah, woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares at your direction, milady. I'll be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? I hope that's the only thing that happens here. Or at the very least that this doesn't set up anything too bad or traumatizing and will come as a surprise later. You know, since Stas is at the bathroom right now, I'm gonna travel there without the Aetheryte, just gonna fly there. I'll give him enough time to come back. What the? I don't remember this being here. What the fuck is this? Am I just Mandela affecting the fact that this just wasn't here, or just I might be crazy? Am I crazy? I'm crazy. That might have always been there, for all I know. That's just a new construction I've never seen. Oh, sounds like he's coming back. Commander ARR sent word that you becoming a veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Almalja. Welcome back!
Alright, okay.
You didn't miss much.
Okay.
Like, literally one cutscene happened and that was it.
Right. Well, I should be ready.
Yeah.
Oh.
But returning to the task at hand. The Flames' reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Adelstein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Alright. Alright, we're all here. Glad to have you with us on this. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein hasn't explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castra Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north, near Dalmud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you rush forth and commit the battle with the main column, leaving a detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert! Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the force should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their number to your counterattack. All reinforcements are welcome. We've seen enough soldiers now to divide our own forces to safely engage the enemies far beyond the walls. Aye. It would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course, indeed. I shudder to think the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. Yo, with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Now that's a good question, Rid. Which will I play first, Reaper or Sage? It is a very difficult thing to answer because I'm so excited for both. But I'm probably gonna level Reaper first, since by the time I level Reaper I'll probably have gear for it already. Because Dragoon, so. Whereas healers I don't really heal, or I don't really, well yeah I don't really heal, I don't really level, so. It was only this year when I leveled all my healers to 80 actually, so I've been playing for a while. God, I forgot that overworld enemies are so fucking weak. One hit and they all go down. So we just got out of Keeper of the Lake and all of them died in like 3 hits. Wait, there's no instance here? We just kill overworld enemies? That's kind of weak. I would have figured it was an instance. Maybe they cut out the instance. Who knows? I don't know how much they cut out, so. Alright, because we're going to fight Dude Bro in a minute. Or is it going to be like... Hold on, how long is it until we fight? Is this the quest? Is the real question. Is this the quest? I think it is. Well, I mean, it's pretty damn close, so...
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. Like, this text box indicates that they're speaking a foreign language that is not the same as everybody else. So...
Oh, okay, so that's because he's evil, so it's red.
Yeah, no. You'll notice some dragons speak like this. So, that's why. That's why he said that I would be the only one understanding his words. Because he's...
And you have long been a thorn in my side.
I don't understand why it's dubbed in English,
I
though.
suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Well, to be more specific, the shape of the text box means that they're speaking a different language, not the color. The color is definitely because they're an ASEAN.
Evil.
But you'll notice that when we talked with Midgardsormr, he had the same
Bugger.
shaped text box because he was speaking Draconian.
Do settle down.
He knows that as well, but yeah.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
Shush, don't say that out loud, man.
Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Glad to see the infighting was still a thing back then.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious.
I mean, you almost
but
did.
This staff. You say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
I think it's we're about that point. Yeah. After, I will say this much thus. After this, we'll be on our last storyline, the very last one. After we beat this shit out of this guy up, this next guy. After we saw staff, this is Captain the Solar, isn't it? Quickly now. And there it goes.
You two.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
Who the fuck?
Oh. After Texas evil woo.
Freaking. Who the fuck? Evil man did an evil thing. You see, Stas, that's what we call an Omega oof.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Alright. I don't know how this is gonna work solo. I've literally never touched this place solo, but I shall try. The Chrysalis solo. So yeah. I don't know. I don't quite know how this is gonna work solo. Because a lot of mechanics are very dependent on there are 7 other people with you. So
We'll see. They probably did at least make part of this for solo.
maybe, I don't know, but at the same time they never adjust older content for more powerful players, really. They just kind of let it happen. Whatever the case, I'm curious on how much I'm gonna slide this bitch.
A loss.
Alright. Wow, he is so much bigger in the boss fight than he is normally. Like, that's a normal, common occurrence in, like, not just this game, but Final Fantasy in general, but holy shit. Oh, I'll stay away from that. I got something that bad. It seems to not. Yeah, considering the amount of orbs that I have to block from him, you can see why it's more geared towards a shit ton more players.
Yeah, you're gonna need a couple dudes to help you with this.
Might, but at the same time I don't know if it's gonna fuck me that badly, so... Ah, no, it did jack shit. I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine.
The whole thing should be.
I mean, that would have killed me if I were level 50, but... I am not level 50. So... Can I even kill him before he drops his gear on me? Oh, nope. Nope. Oh, wait, yes! Holy shit, I was able to kill him before he dropped a meteor on me. Yeah, there is a mechanic later in the fight, like, where you have to kill this meteor before it drops down on you, and, like, completely just crushes you and destroys you, and your entire party. But hey, we did it! In 1.5 minutes, no less. Yeah, man was talking mad shit, wasn't he?
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scion.
Big shit, dude.
I literally cannot fucking listen to this without thinking about the Once Spectral episode where Plankton goes to like an alternate universe or whatever the fuck, where he's the manager of the Krusty Krab and Mr. Krabs was trying to steal the secret formula, and he just is like, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Literally the only thought in my mind right now. And the next day.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you on therapy. I'm laughing, but like this is like a really dramatic scene.
What trickery is this? No, no, you cannot. No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Alright, all the chuckles are over. This is gonna get dramatic.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
I have not played 1.0 Rid, but I've seen the cutscene compilation.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Alright, Sus. I welcome you. The good part. Yeah, as you just witnessed, this is where it gets good. Like, really good. Like, that precise moment when Moonbreeder died was precisely when it got good. Never have I seen Ryonjay so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Shalian Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and to mourn her passing. Oh, I didn't notice that they fucking censored the, because when I went for the journal, I didn't realize that this was the name of the quest. I either didn't look at it right, or they censored the name of it before. Maybe. Because it's, the quest name is In Memory of Moonbreeder, but you didn't say anything. But I guess you weren't really paying attention. I didn't really pay attention, so I didn't see it. Why is it so foggy in Eorzea lately? Fucking just ruins the atmosphere of it all. Well, I guess it makes the atmosphere better in some cases, but in this case, no. But at the same time, I don't think it can rain in Mordona, so,
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Hey, Cruise Chaser. Dude, when I saw the leaks, the data mined, cause people data mined, I forget which patch it was. I think it was 5.3 when this was introduced. But nobody knew how to get it, and everybody was thinking, holy shit, like, you get this from doing, like, Alexander Savage's on, like, Blue Mage or something like that, or, like, you get this from, like, doing T, like, 50 times or something like that. But no, it's just a cash shop item, and I remember everybody getting so pissed at that. But I'm like, I'm not complaining. What else are they gonna make it for, right? Did I mention that to you already? I think I did.
I mean specifically, like, the vehicle? No. The mount, fuck, okay.
Mount.
No, you did not meant...
I mean, you wouldn't be wrong. There are mounts that are vehicles.
Yes, but that's not the correct what I was looking for. In that instance.
Oh, man. Alright. "'Tis as if a dagger had been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear with if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louiswa, Moonbrita, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be as lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Somnus. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness." Bullshit! You're my pillar of strength, and I fear I have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Fucking, if I could play Limp Bizkit here, I would. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, toward the light of a new day. Alright? I mean, we're in the good... I already welcomed you to the good part, but, like, we're in the good part. Okay? It has already begun. We're fucking rolling up the good part right now. By the way, Patrick never got this far, evidently enough. If he did get this far, he wouldn't have quit. I can assure you that. Hey, it's Santis. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just so hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I can't face it at the moment, so I was wondering, do you think you could collect it for me, maybe? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and a daisy at Rathfrost. Rowena, by the way, She is a significant NPC in the relic weapon quests. In that she is a supplier of many things. Like, basically think of her as the Amazon of this world, you know? They have literally everything. But, like, it's very difficult to work with them sometimes. If they... Because, like, they just have so much and they're really expensive, so... Actually, the main guy in the relic weapon quests that forges your relic weapon is an extremely massive debt to her. It is actually astounding how much debt he incurred from her, because he constantly needs her supplies to make his weapons, so...
Makes sense.
And for every relic weapon in every expansion, they do not make you forget that, by the way. They do not let you forget the fact that, his name is... Funnily enough, his name is Geralt. And, I think it's pronounced Gerald or something like that, but either way, like, he's in massive debt, sir, so...
You do.
I love how the icon for the Moon Daisy, by the way, is the exact same icon for the corpses.
Plotting anything? Hmm?
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Oh, there's the crescendo. Dragons!
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Welcome to the stream.
What?
Oh, hey, Josiah.
What you playing?
Final Fantasy 14.
A game? You're playing a game?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm playing through the main story quests for Stas, since he isn't playing the game himself.
Are you getting screen tearing?
Huh?
Getting screen tearing.
I'm not getting screen tearing, neither on Twitch nor on the.
Hey, how about you? Joe, wait, are you getting any?
What?
I
What
just
are
saw
you
you
asking?
join the. Yeah, you getting screen tearing? Or is that just on me?
On Discord.
I think it's just you.
Okay, then you should be good then.
Yeah.
I think my internet's just a little.
I'll be say, by the way, Josiah, we're at like the end game of A Realm Reborn, the first expansion, and like you are going into this with like zero context. So
I think less than 0, actually.
What now?
Less than 0.
Less than zero context, indeed. Did you just pop in because we were just available?
I popped in because I was about to go to bed.
Oh.
And I just wanted to pop in.
Okay. Well,
And say pop. You know.
well, clearly, clearly you are about to go to bed if you're speaking like that.
Well, you don't know that.
True. True.
I'd never tell you something like that. Ever. Alright, well, I'm gonna head off. I'm sick. I need to get to bed.
Oh, okay. We'll see you.
Alright, night.
Right, everyone.
Good night. God damn, you infected him even even though he wasn't at the party. You really are patient zero. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians. Aye. The dragons have begun their attack on earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago. The battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and the several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurfus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Waves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Uldal must take precedence. It is with great contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the Grand Companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present and present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event that your plea does not receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority on this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows' involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. To what seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, sons. Oh, fuck! I completely forgot about this part of the game. Oh, it's all running back to me now. I know exactly what we're doing now. God, I forgot so much happens in the lead up to Heaven's Word.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
I completely forgot that we had to go through this part first. I also thought that this was also a Heaven's Word thing. I'll be honest with you. Well, anyway, let's hope it goes by quickly, because, we've been at this for almost 7 hours already.
What's another 5?
I know, right?
At this point, oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a JRPG, it's long, so you should have expected it to go on for this long. But this means that Patrick is going to have one hell of a time trying to catch up. He isn't. But still.
Gonna catch up. At this point, there's no point in even including him.
No, we're just gonna barrel on ahead without him, honestly. Though it pains me to say as such, he does not have the schedule for this. He just does not. Because what I'm essentially asking of him is robbing him of his only free time. Quote, only free time, but still. What is another 24 hours indeed, Red? What's another 24 hours on top of what, the 12,000 hours I've played at this game? Has it reached 13,000 hours yet, Sauce? If you could check my profile. I don't think it's updated yet, actually. Never mind. Don't check.
Okay, yeah, I literally have been watching the stream. I have not had it. I have not even just opened up Steam today.
Yeah. 'Twould seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against the Ishgard. Scions! We expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But I'll speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Emmerich waits for you. Damn, Sir Emmerich really wants to see me, huh? Even though we'll be back here in, like, one cutscene.
That's the cat boy.
Oh, by the way, there was a Twitter thread about someone ranting about Mikote lore because people weren't, when they were roleplaying their Mikotes and like making OC lore and whatnot, they weren't really conforming to in-game lore, which, I mean, fair, yeah. A lot of the points were really fair, but one of the points I found, which I knew about, but I didn't bother to fucking, like, mention before because, like, ultimately I don't think it really matters, but Catboy and Catgirl is an insult/slur to the Mikote. Yes, I know.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, it's a slur in their race, which, yeah, it does make sense, doesn't it?
Makes perfect sense.
But yeah, it's a slur in their
Basically
culture.
calling someone a monkey.
Exactly! It's literally like calling someone a monkey. So yeah, they take great offense to that. And people were not happy because they've been calling each other catboys and catgirls for years. Even though, like, it makes perfect sense why the Mokote would not want to be, compared to cats at all. Because again, it's like calling us monkeys, which, I mean, you're not wrong, but still.
I guess those people don't have problems with being called monkeys.
Maybe, I don't know. But either way, like, similarly, ARR do not like being compared to lizards or reptilians. Similarly.
So it makes sense.
There's nothing documented about that, but I mean, like, that would make sense, yeah? That would only be logical. But yeah, there are actually quite a few instances in the game, in side quests and whatnot, where Makotes are constantly being compared to as cats, and they take offense to it. So... But yeah, there's actually in Dissidia Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy crossover fighting game. There's a mobile game that's a gacha game, and Y'shtola from Final Fantasy XIV appears in it. And one of the characters from Final Fantasy VIII called her Cat Girl, and she was like, "Cat Girl, what? I'm sorry, but I am not a cat girl. I am a proud member of the feline race known as Mikote. You do not insult me and my people like that," essentially.
That's like I said, it just goes to, it makes perfect sense in context.
Yeah. And like you should also regard that moment in Dissidia as canon, by the way, because Dissidia, surprisingly enough, very sensitive to lore. Not just 14 lore, but all Final Fantasy lore. Dissidia is very sensitive to that. Surprisingly enough for being a crossover game. I know.
Weird.
It's actually really cool. Really cool. Really nice.
Different gacha game. Very different type.
Yeah. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but certainly returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Ayo, remember this son of a bitch? When we did the Dragoon quests?
Yes. So this is when you said he pops back in.
Yeah, exactly. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I must confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If ever I was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Somnus. I did not come to challenge you this day. See, he even acknowledges that we did the Dragoon quest. Isn't that cool? Isn't that so cool? If you did the Dragoon quest, that's his exclusive line.
Nice. All those hours of walk.
It's so cool.
One line.
It is so cool that he acknowledges you as the other Azure Dragoon. I love it. Well, now that we've been all introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg? One of the Great Seven Worms. His name features prominently in our nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many of the scars on our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, and to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Fruit of an endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg had darkened the skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having raised our city to ground, the horde would have little cause to linger, and would return to the lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurfis would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurfis. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers and face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, about a matter of roar. Allow me, Sir Amrek. Through the power of the eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared. Was it Nidhogg? Aye. He means to hurl his horde against Denethan's collar, and shatter the remaining wars that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. Oh,
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Excuse me. I might need to get a drink after this.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Alright. I think this is the quest where we going? Yes. No? I'd have to check the journal. Okay. Oh, fuck, I shouldn't skip all this. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I won't gather anybody, it will just be me. I would also have you consider the matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurfis. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaftborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Ah, before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration, and a firm grasp at practical challenges you may encounter. Where did I get the word excellent, by the way? I need a drink of water. I'll BRB real quick. back. Oop. Never mind, you dropped something. Let me pick that up. There. Now I'm back.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's time to speak to Tataru here. Yeah. We'll have a shot. Surprised that, like, this has been, like, a area for... That is a really cool Chocobo outfit. Holy shit. Is that...
Oh, Edge.
Let me see. What's that? Ah, that's demonic barding. Okay. That's a really low-level Chocobo. It must not really be that hard to get then. All right. I think she's preparing something for us, or is this the quest where she does it with? I don't know. Would you like to fight a dragon? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long, but I'm trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Well, worth a shot. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to the scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Alamigo by the name of Wilfred was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God stand it! I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around that same time, Wilfred stopped turning up for duty, and black market weapons went missing in our vault from Odal. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilfred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleating whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion, and when he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, friend, there's the fact that the lads wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' number not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail that I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilfred. Anyhow, you've got a war to wage, and I'll let you go on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Somnus. Alright, let's see who else wants to kill a dragon with me. Or, sorry, who does want to kill a dragon with me? That first guy did not want to. You. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled against an icy wall. Oh, alright. So far we have 2 rejections. No one wants to kill dragons. Lovely.
I believe people value their lives too much.
Yeah.
What's that life ever do to you anyway?
Sell me blade to the Asgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of the knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hockey did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Hey! We got one! We got a guy who doesn't care!
Go.
Hey, you want to kill a dragon as well? We got one other guy. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Well, I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with the rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? Alright, I guess we got 1.5 out of 4. I mean, that passes, yeah? Right?
That's hey, if it's weighted, yeah, that's a passing grade.
There you are, Samus. So, did you sway any hearts? 1.5. 1 or 2? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4. Not including Slapcorn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up in recruiting that I almost forgot there's word from Alpha now. Okay. Oh, we're back in old, fucking this bipolar ass storytelling. It's always gotta be a tale of 2 plots, man. It really is.
I'm gonna bore you. Instead, they make you confused.
To be fair, one plot is really boring and like actually stretches on the entirety of these patch quests. Well, the other one switches in and out every time, so. But it's genuinely interesting because, like, come on, War with Dragons, come on. Killing gods?
Garbage Tuesday.
Yeah. Alright. What do you need here? Diplomacy! You just needed my face. Notice that I don't ever say anything during these meetings. I'm just there.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
What's the point? Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Harshaphant and Sir Ermerk to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun? We have but this one moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into our position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and fend the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Xanus, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcelin at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Okay, alright. So, this is mainly for style points, but also because it will probably go by much faster. I'm gonna play this as Dragoon. Mainly for style points, yes, but also because, this particular boss has a shit ton of health. Like, a shit ton of health. And my tank damage, my meager half of a Dragoon's tank damage, probably isn't going to kill it. So, at least not timely, at least. So I'm gonna play as a Dragoon. And, like, completely stomp the floor with this thing by myself. Wait. Oh. I have to go there first. I should probably needed to, I needed to dye these, actually. Or actually, I needed to equip the dyed version of these. Real quickly, I'm just going to do that before I... It'll be quick. Hopefully. I wanted to put on the black ones of these that I had, and I could swore I put them on that glamour plate, but I guess I didn't, so let's do that real quickly. Fucking the Black Dragoon armor that I spent more time than the actual Dragoon job quests to get. Hold up. New Game Plus mode. I can't do this. Not yet. We're almost done. Draken. There it is. Where's it hiding? There it is. Alright. Back to it. As you were! As we were. As we were. Well, someone else is doing it. I'm going to just do a little bit of spring cleaning here to help them. There we go. He won't want for anything else. Okay, I could just imagine someone's just like going for the game for the first time. Random Dragoon goes in, completely one-shots literally every single one of the enemies you're fighting. Spawns it as a giant fucking space whale. Leaves and, and refuses to elaborate any further. I want to have that experience, but alas, I can't be a first-time player anymore. Oh, yikes. I opened something up that exited my full screen. Alright, now it's time to do our thing, I think. Yes, it is. The Steps of Faith. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the Steps of Faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wars that form the barrier we call Danafin's Color. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus the dragons are now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades into the Steps of Faith and prepare to meet the horde. May the fury guide your blades. Alright. Time to kill a dragon. But like a big one this time. And by big one, I mean like a big one. Yeah, and by a big one, I mean like a big one.
Hey boy!
It's a girl.
It's the one. It's no chocolate.
So, normally, what you would have to do is, with 8 people, you would have 2 people. Yeah, you would have to go in here with 8 people, and then 2 people would man the guns here and fire at it with the cannons. While the rest of them hit at its feet, scratch at its claws, and, kill the ads around it. I'm a one-man army. Oh fuck, he stunned me. Alright. And we killed it in 1 minute. Believe it or not, it would have taken longer if I was on my other job. Yeah, needless to say, I'm OP. OP as shit, yeah. By the way, you're not supposed to kill that thing that way.
Like,
you wanna...
It's supposed to be like map stuff.
Huh?
Is the way it's supposed to, like something on the map itself.
Yeah, like, okay, so, firstly, the cannons, right? You're supposed to man the cannons in order to kill it, right? But, the bulk of your damage is gonna come from these things over here. It's gonna breach this barrier later on in the fight. It breaches this barrier, and you have to use one of these things to do huge damage to it. It stuns it, so you can do more damage on it, and it does like 25% of its health. But I mean, you clearly saw that like one of these moves was able to do more than that. So yeah, needless to say, I'm OP. But yeah, that is what you're supposed to do. And now they're scared shitless. The dragons, they are withdrawing! Victory is ours! One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. What of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Samus, the dragons are rooted! Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Lafayette, Samus, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks for the proper courtesy. I too would offer my thanks, Samus. Through your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will come soon when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but now, step by faltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for tomorrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, you have done well, my friend, and I, for one, will take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. I mean, yeah, I killed a giant fucking dragon! The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Amphilia in person. Woo! Alright. We're almost there. Almost there, Stas. I'd estimate, you know, a fair estimate would actually be like 5 more hours.
Oh god. Hey.
I'm just dreading the hour-long cutscene. That is, that's it. And yes, there will be an hour-long cutscene. You must be weary, Somnus, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place of such celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek the pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbreda, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me a favor of contacting the rest of the Scions? Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Alright, so it's party time! We party like Nords! That is after we do this quick quest. Hey, where did the little potato girl go? Okay, alright, she went outside. There she is. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, but with all the recent excitement, but Song has made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you certainly have earned a rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventures of the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and dangerous predicaments. Even Hori Builder and Cotonnet have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And it always seems right that I too shall acquire the power to defend myself. And others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I have almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Not at present, no, thank you. Was there anything you'd ask of me? Oh, yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for our escort duty, was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates to provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. Oh my god. We're almost there. Fucking, we just needed... Looks like this progresses quicker. Yeah. There we go. Ah, Somnus, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, called today? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Somnus, we will have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to make his readings. In spirit, Somnus, in spirit! We shall be together every step of the way. I'm gonna use the restroom real quickly while we're loading. Alright. Fucking... Let's just finish these quests.
This is the epitome of detour.
It is. We just went from killing a dragon to escorting a scholar.
Hey, we didn't even volunteer for this.
It just happened, yes. Okay, alright, well... Okay, he's got all of his shit now. All his data. Wait, there's more? The epitome of detour indeed. Why didn't they cut this shit off? Honestly. Why didn't they cut this shit out?
Quest!
It's not a fetch quest, it's an escort quest, even worse. Oh, come on, seriously. Earth's front is over there. I'm going the complete wrong direction. And I have to go for the cave, and it's all crystally and very pretty. Well, not right now, but it's going to be very crystally and all very pretty and whatnot. I say that mockingly, but like seriously, this is beautiful.
Trees, trees. It was destructible. There'll be no more trees.
Yes, yes, quite high. Yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. Oh, he's wandering off, oh no.
This is the epitome of, like, lies.
Scion! Scion! Come here! I need you! Oh my god! Okay, maybe this wasn't pointless then.
Oh no, dead body.
No, we recognize this dead body! Do you not recognize him?
No. Is he wearing something else? Is that what's up?
What now?
Something else? Or...
He was from today, man. We met him today.
Oh. God. Many characters.
There are so many characters. He's part of the Crystal Braves. Do you not recognize his uniform? He was the guy that that Riol told us was missing.
Oh, I remember that. I remember hearing that.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Nice. Oh, he's the guy we replaced. Oh, this quest. Okay. That makes sense now.
Yeah. Cut it like a hog, but not by one. No, these wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of the Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilfred to come here? What should we do? We will see the Scholar's protections on this. Aye, and the boy's remains. You shall return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. fucking meanwhile. So we do have to do these quests with the with Tataru. Okay. Well, I guess that they weren't optional anyways. Everybody has what we know. Oh. I'm going to try and make this go by as quickly as possible, but be forewarned, this may take a minute. This just may take a minute. You know, that's awesome. That's really awesome that there's a band playing here. Just straight up. A garage band. But, no time. No time. I literally could have teleported, by the way, but I am running instead because it shows the urgency of the situation. She just came out of nowhere. She's wearing like nothing, by the way. But then again, I'm kind of numb to it now, so. You say something?
I'm just laughing.
Yeah, of course, it's the bunny girl who's wearing practically nothing. Why am I calling her a bunny girl? I just got finished saying that Catboy is a slur.
Boy, as long as we don't.
Samus,
it's
what are
okay
you
if
doing here?
if you don't like them.
I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason why I'm here. Don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress... that's not a name. That's just... That's not a word. Fubergine's behest. I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Yes, the classic breaking of the boxes. Every mage's fucking training routine. You think I'm joking, but like that's literally what you do in the Arcanist job quest. Is you do exactly what she's doing right now. Oh, she's not prepared for this. I think they did cut down on this line of quests, but like, not completely. Like they cut it down, but it's still here. So I'm pretty sure, at least, because I'm pretty sure she tries more than just Arcanist. So I guess we'll see if they cut it down or not. If she gives up on if she tries being anything else. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'm never going to be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Fubergine of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanema, like so much else, is beyond me. What are you doing, man? She's crying right there. Her dreams were dashed, man, dashed.
Over there, asserting dominance.
Again, that band is rad, but we're not gonna stick around to listen to it. Not tonight, we're not. We have so much left. Alright, where did she go after she gave up? Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Miss Fubergine. Abysmally, as Somnus will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I'm sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tatsuru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanema. If were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist at their service. Would you not agree? You're too kind, Miss Fubergine. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Alright, and if she's gonna do something else, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna be a culinarian? What? Or like a swimmer? I didn't read any of the text, I should probably have read it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. Oh, she's gonna gab her. Well, where's she gonna gab her? I landed in water. I shouldn't have taken damage, even though I totally should. Never mind. The thought is lost. Okay. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, it doesn't die in one hit. It dies in two. Well fought. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue. They were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way, right? Well, I mustn't keep Philomene waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the scions and the Luminson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Somnus, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Honestly, as much of a detour as this is, I know exactly why this is a detour. Just like how that other line of quests, we saw the dead body of the guy. That is basically like the apex of that entire plot line. So that was important. But this, not so important, but for some reason it's like you have to go through it. Well, not for some reason, there's an exact reason. And I think I'm about to show you. I think, I don't know, it might be like 1 or 2 quests ahead of us. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in a common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. I have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the Primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were brought with at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbrita. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Noldal, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tatra and Lamine a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Off to the big soiree, Somnus. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? Something's going too well here. By the navigator. Wilfred's dead? Gods damn it! They must know they've been rumbled. Solid. 'Tis past time we've had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around, on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way to the Braves' coffers courtesy of a Dodo consortium. A daft name for a business if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling to something that isn't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. It didn't take long to find the common thread. They were all owned by Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Sure to call him one of his business, the bloody bribery consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our roles on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know some of them are. I'd wager me right eye. They're the ones what did for real red. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I didn't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He had a scheme with all the terror of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every last one of them, traitors bastards, within our ranks. On that, you have my word. Insomnus, mind yourself when you're in Oda, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind what'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Oh my god. So, the Crystal Braves has been accepting dirty money.
Wonder who?
Yeah. Wait, did we skip?
Yep.
Huh. I guess we skipped that. So I think we skipped the part that made the whole Tataru thing had a point. Now it's like rendered pointless. Now it's rendered pointless. I think it comes up in a side quest or something. It's basically just her character development. It's pointless now though, since I think we're just barreling on forward here. We will go on ahead, Sonus. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Oh shit, yeah. We just suddenly got a call. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Alright. We're at the home stretch now.
Like 2 hours plus.
It will be at least an hour, I'll tell you that much. Okay. Elian and Central Fanaland, huh? Okay. It's right side. Right here. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but you see no sign of Alianne. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kakirin and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Somnus, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alianne? Oh, I know. I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs, on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the ever-honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Uldar, Somnus. If I chance to meet her, Lieutenant, tell her you were here.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Alright. I guess we're just gonna have to barrel on through. Tell Momodi that we couldn't find our woman. But we got this. So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on for it, to it for safekeeping though. Alright. I guess we better go. A parting glass.
You needn't trouble yourself so.
Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light.
I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now, but I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
Alright. Get ready for the hour-long cutscene. I think it's the next one.
Movie time.
Movie time indeed. The feature-length cutscene. The fated feature-length cutscene. Yeah. By the way, it spits out a warning at you saying that this cutscene will be longer than most. And a lot of people will think, oh, it's gonna be like 20-30 minutes of cutscene. They stumble out of Ul'dah an hour later, a changed man. And you're about to see why.
This thing stops Patricia from watching.
Huh?
If he somehow hadn't stopped by then, now, if he actually did this, it would be here.
Maybe. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Yep, that's the warning right there. That's the warning right there. Yeah, Patrick does not have the fucking attention span for any of these, so... But we do, unfortunately. So, see you in an hour.
Alright, mute time. Unless Among Us pops up.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in, and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army, and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. Nanamo. No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them! You've been in league with the Scions all along!
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Oh, Raban!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die! I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ah, there you are.
Thancred! Where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Ponanimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe has thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ulda. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last. Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance? Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Nymphilia.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. 'Tis the only way.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway. Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard! I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Aldin's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Okay, that's all the voice cutscenes. I will take a moment to establish the concept, or all the voice cutscenes I know of at least. I'll take a moment to tell you that this guy right here was he's the driver of the carriage that carried us over to the starting area. So if you started in Uldar, he would have carried you over to Uldar, Gridania. Limsa to, well, yeah, you get the gist, right? So that's why he recognizes you. Anyways, yeah.
I was not there for.
Yeah, you weren't there for that because, you can't access that cutscene without making an alt, so... Yeah. Anyways, them soldiers keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Uldar and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be on shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. We still have more cutscenes, by the way.
It's an hour, hasn't been an hour yet.
Hasn't been an hour yet, exactly. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Well, I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Somnus, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not all how I envisioned it. By the way, if you didn't catch it before, this guy right here is Raoban's son. Yeah.
Adopted son.
Adopted son, because, I mean, clearly.
Be awkward.
Yeah. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into the enemy's hands. So long as you and Somnus are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Tarpon, but I... Alphino, my boy! Sorry to keep you waiting. Sid? What are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? Then he is no merchant but an angel of peddlers' clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hit the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitorists and Crystal Braves. Kerfus. Ishkar will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces on their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily to the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monitors claim. Marshal Tarpon, I know not what to say. Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Up, up. There's no rest for the righteous. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Harshafant. Mayhap he will know what to do. This is the last quest of Reborn. Nope, there's a couple more. But this is where the bulk of the cutscenes are.
Is it the bulk?
Yeah.
Bruh. So the assassination was long.
Oh, no. We just passed where the bulk of the cutscenes were.
Okay.
I'm just saying that this is the end of the quest. Oh shit! It skips past these other... Huh. Oh, I was looking at the wrong ones. Okay. Hold up. Quick style change. Just for style's sake. One last time. Gonna go to someplace illegal, real quick to do this. Close your eyes. It's gonna be big spoilers.
Okay. To click off.
It's very illegal that I'm here right now, but I'll tell you when to come back. I just wanted to make a quick style change. And you can tap back in now. Okay, one last quest. Just one last quest.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such.
There's no time to joke around like that, Harshafan, but I
mean, all frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
If you're wondering, yes, this is going to be the armor I bring into Heavensward. So
good.
Let's see. Upon entering the intercessory, several cutscenes. Oh, there's more cutscenes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it spits out another warning at you, but that's because it's the very end of the expansion. So. Alphino? Somnus? Is it really you? I'm so happy that you're... I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Philomene told me to run, and so I did. I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. And off comes the mask. Ah yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. And now we can see that she is the first ARR. because ARR didn't exist in Realm Reborn, and so during the Heavensward expansion, they actually added ARR, and she is the first one that we see ever, essentially. So we get a chance to actually see all their scales and horns on her. So pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urion J. When we told him what happened, he used his magics to leave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. This information didn't take long either. Apparently, Urion J started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, right? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes. So, we waited here in the waking sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as of yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the waking sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to lose hope. Do we not? We yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma do stand with you. Fuck. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty."
By the way, if you think he's too whiny right now, just remember, keep in mind, this kid's 16 years old. Man was leading an army at age 16. Don't blame him too much for being so whiny right now.
I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefort. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Yikes. I bumped the mic again. And that is roll credits on Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. All of it.
Nice.
Oh man. A lot of credits are rolling. Do you want to voice your thoughts, opinions, questions?
Realm Reborn, get it? Because it resets every yeah, everyone's dead. Quote unquote. Get it? Okay, now I was a little confused why I was called Realm Reborn because nothing was really happening.
Okay, it's called A Realm Reborn because it's the re-release of Final Fantasy XIV after they blew up the game, because the game was bad before, but now it's good, and that's why they called it A Realm Reborn.
Okay.
Trust me, it had no story reason.
Oh, okay. Man, I thought I figured it all out. Okay.
I mean, you almost figured it out. Trust me. They made an in-lore reason for it to be called A Realm Reborn. It's just like... it's just that, like... The literal reason why it's called A Realm Reborn is literally because of that.
Right.
They blew up the game because it was bad, but now that it's good, they relaunched it. That's it.
Pretty solid. The last bit of cutscenes was a slog that you probably didn't need to do it all that.
I will say that the hour-long cutscene was necessary because it hypes up.
Definitely.
Yeah, it hypes up Heavensward a shit ton, and everything after that hypes up a shit ton. But like the 5 quests before them was not necessary. Yeah, the 5 quests that you had to do before that.
Completely forgot about those quests. That's the cutscene. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean the hour-long cutscene is like, holy shit, yeah. But like, I feel like it was very necessary because it hypes up Heavensward a shit ton.
Definitely could have used the break in the middle. That's probably the only thing it needed.
True. Yeah. Maybe
kind of did, but kind of.
We did kind of have a break, yeah. Maybe like an instant segment where we fight some people, and then move on with the cutscenes. Just to give some.
Y'all split up.
Yeah.
Had like a mini boss fight.
Yeah, that would have probably been really good, but at the same time, like, I still feel it's like perfect for Heavensward. And by the way, listen to the fucking music right now.
Rips into the Latin.
I know, right? But yeah, it's yeah, that was the good part of A Realm Reborn. Literally the best A Realm Reborn had to offer was like that last, like, I want to say from Moonbreeda's death all the way onto here. So. And then it only gets better from here. Then there's gonna be Heavensward, which is like fucking godlike. It's award-winning after all. And then you get Stormblood, which, I mean, it's really, really fucking good. I don't see it as highly as Heavensward, but it's still really fucking good. And then there's Endwalker, which is literally the best thing to come out of Final Fantasy in the past 20 fucking years. And, yeah.
We'll see.
And then there will be Endwalker, which, I mean, comes out next month, and, like, yeah. Considering that, like, the expansions have been just an upward trend ever since A Realm Reborn. The fucking beginning. And it's just escalated up. Then, like, you can only expect the Endwalker to be fucking amazing.
We'll see. Because I have not seen any of these pots that he just hyped up yet.
No, he has not. And I will show them all these things because holy shit. Fucking, I would have him play the game himself, but at the same time, this is kind of the most efficient way because he doesn't have a lot of time. So, of course, there was also going to be Patrick, but
Dude, I don't think we're ever gonna get him back.
dude, but you could totally see why Patrick gave up, right?
I think Fetch Quest would be getting bad for sure.
You could
There's a
totally
way to
see why he
skip
gave
it.
up. Huh?
The way to just skip that and just do cutscenes only, I can imagine more people probably complain less.
Yeah, I mean, that's the suggested thing. That's what a lot of people suggest, is watch a cutscene compilation of A Realm Reborn, and then they skip A Realm Reborn. They buy a story skip and start from Heavensward. That's what a lot of people suggest, is to just buy a story skip for A Realm Reborn and watch all the cutscenes. But,
yeah, those big communities around like 50 hours of your life, 50 plus.
yeah.
Oh, it took us like 30 hours, and you were maxed.
Yeah. It took us a while. And, like, this is a really fucking big part. Thankfully, though, the expansions, I played a little bit of the expansion New Game Pluses off screen, and they seem to not necessarily, they have more clear breaking points, right? I mean, they seem to not be as long-winded as one of the Realm parts. I mean, parts are still gonna be long. We'll probably spend like 10 hours each part, but considering that you're only leveling 10 levels as opposed to 50, as well as there's never gonna be a patch that's gonna have 100 quests. There's never gonna be 100 patch quests ever again. They condense a lot of events into singular quests. They do a lot better job at cutscene composition and where to place the cutscenes, as well as where to spit out the players after the cutscenes are done.
The amount of walking as well we had to do between cutscenes, even though it just led us to another cutscene.
Exactly. You walk and then there's a cutscene. You walk and then there's a cutscene. Thankfully, in Heavensward onwards, yeah, you walk and then there's a cutscene, but like there's a purpose to the walking, you know? You don't walk to one place and then you walk back and then you walk back to the place you were, and then you walk back to the one place, and then you walk over to this new place that's actually an old place that you've already been to a billion times. No, there's none of that in Heavensward, so thankfully enough.
Makes just a few bits.
Yeah, every expansion from here on out is pretty much you go in a straight line. Like, you never go back, right? You never really backtrack. And the few times that you do is for a really important reason. And after, not only just for a really important reason, but like, it's to a place that you haven't been to in a long time, and or a place where, like, you've gone through a lot of shit already. So, like, that place is refreshing. Like, I feel like that's what the Rising Stones was supposed to be, was like, you go through a lot of shit and you go back to the Rising Stones to just kind of, like, recoup, right? But like, oftentimes you go back to the Rising Stones after just, like, talking to two guys. So, not in Heavensward onwards, though. In Heavensward onwards, if you're backtracking to some place, it's for a really fucking important reason. Or you've just gone through a shit ton of things. So,
a much better streamlined.
yeah, way more streamlined. Also helps that the maps from here on out are gonna be huge now. They're gonna be so much bigger, which you think would be like agony, right? But again, considering we're not gonna backtrack as much, going from one place to the next and to the next and to the next is not gonna be as painful as it was in Realm Reborn. Like, to give you an example, you know how Fanalan and the Black Shroud and whatnot are separated into, like, oh, this is the North Shroud, this is the South Shroud, this is the East Shroud, this is the Central Shroud, yeah? Yeah. They don't do those divisions in Heavensward onwards. They consolidate everything into the zones. So what would be the North, South, East, and Central Shrouds would just be the Curfus Western Highlands in its entirety. So, or what would be what would be like all of Winoska from like lower to outer Winoska would be like it's just the entirety of Lakeland, you know.
Do you leave the continent after this?
Huh?
Eorzea, do you leave that after this part, or do you stay?
Do you stay? Well, Ishgard is still part of the continent, so technically you leave the continent if you look at it from a borders angle, because you're
I'm
gonna
looking at the map right now, because like I want to see where the hell all the places we went to so far.
We went to Fanaland, the Black Shroud, and Winoska, and Mordona, and those are the only places we visited. We visited the lower part, the southern part of Kurfus, but we haven't actually gone into Kurfus yet. And Kurfus, by the way, is the end of the Eorzean borders. So technically, if you're looking at it borders-wise, we're leaving the continent, but like, it's like saying you're leaving Europe for Asia, right?
It's just Eurasia. You know, Ian and I had this conversation already.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's still literally the same continent, but like, when you look at it borders-wise, you're going to a different country anyway, so. Anyways, look at Amano's art! Just look at it! It's beautiful!
What?
Yeah. But anyway, but Stormblood is where we really leave the continent, so. Because we literally go to the other side of the world in Stormblood, and go to so many other different locations as well throughout Stormblood. So we're still stuck on this continent in Heavensward, but we'll leave Eorzea. So again, it's like saying you're leaving Europe for Asia. You're just crossing the mountains. In fact, that's literally what you do. So. Yeah. I mean, how's the story so far? Right?
It gets so far. Plot thickens.
The plot indeed thickens. This, like I said, this is where it gets good. Like, this is where it starts to actually pick up and, like, people actually start getting invested. The average investment that people will have in the story starts right here. Right here. So. I mean, technically it started where Moonrita died, but, like, it really starts, like, when people watch the hour-long cutscene. So. It's really when people's investment in the story gets big, and why it's so relevant.
Right.
There's an after-credit scene as well, because...
Marvel moment.
Yeah.
How long is this cuts?
How long are the credits? I think it's going to be... I can skip them, I think, but I don't know if I can... Oh, I can change the scrolling speed. Okay, alright.
Let's just do that, see if there's more artwork.
So that's the fastest scrolling speed. Yeah. Again, you can totally see why Patrick quit, right? Like, not much was happening, he wasn't able to do much. What he was doing, or was able to do, he, like, was bored at it, right? Yeah, it's a large time investment. It's mainly just a time thing. If you have the time and endurance to just power through all of this, then yeah. And Patrick neither had the time nor endurance, so his attention span is that of a fish.
Probably even shorter.
Yeah.
He's walking 6 hours, which I don't even know how he does that.
More than 6 hours.
No, hell, not 9. Okay, I got the number. I'm upside down number.
Upside down indeed.
Ah, black. Okay, that means we're almost
We're at the
done.
end of the credits.
Here we go.
Now we're at the special thanks and acknowledgements.
The housing.
And all Final Fantasy XIV players. Producer and director Naoki Yoshida. Produced by Square Enix Company Limited. See? Post credits.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Bowing down to a little potato of a man, yeah? You're laughing now, but fucking this is the most threatening villain that we'll see so far. No, he isn't, but still. Gabriel is no more.
Fuck, he's white now.
No, we already saw the White Ashian. Elidibus, remember?
Oh, wait.
Now do you recognize them?
Yeah.
The order was
I
not...
thought he just switched outfits.
The order was not his to invoke. No, it's running off of like cartoon logic where like if they're wearing the same outfit, then it's the same character. The order was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which would rightfully be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation, unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. I've answered thy summons, emissary. Speak, and make thy intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. I'll let the image of that linger on in your head.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond.
Delusion. Despair. Death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward.
Ha ha! Title drop.
And that right there is where we leave off. Yeah. So, since you watched all of it, Patrick be damned, we are going to be fucking going through the first part of Heavensward as soon as possible. Saturday evening? Ye? You're good for Saturday evening?
For right now.
As of right now, no other plans?
If something comes up or we're late, go home.
Yeah.
DM me if we're late, though. Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah, okay, alright. Yeah, because I'll basically exclusively do this for you, since Patrick is so astronomically behind at this point. He's like, what, 17 hours behind at this point? Holy fucking shit.
He somehow catches up. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be further behind too come Saturday, so. But yeah. Saturday evening, when you return home, we will be starting part 1 of Heavensward. The good one. But I guess for now, we end the stream, lick our wounds, and sleep.
I would call that a night.
Yeah, call it a night and sleep. So yeah, I'll end the stream right now.